Good evening. Time is 7:05 p.m., August 2nd, 2023. I'm calling to order the City Council regular meeting. Now that a quorum is present. Everyone please stand for our invocation and our pledge of allegiance.
Father God, we come before you today as humble servants, as representatives of this community. We ask that you give us strength and wisdom to be open-minded, to conduct a meeting that is productive and constructive. We ask that you bless our community and each and every resident, and we ask that you bless those who help this community run smoothly and those who protect us. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Public comments, non-agenda item. Public comments are on the white card. These comments will be taken from the audience on non-agenda related topics for length of time not to exceed 3 minutes per person. And then agenda item public comments, the yellow card, those comments will be taken from the audience on non-agenda and agenda items combined for a length of time not to exceed 5 minutes total per person on all items except for public hearings. Comments on public hearing items must be made when the item comes before the council and not to exceed 2 minutes per person. No action nor discussion may be taken by council during public comments on non-agenda items. To address City Council, please complete the white or yellow card and present it to City Council or the designee prior to the meeting. Okay. Our first speaker is going to be Ms. Ruth Briscoe.
Good evening. I'm Ruth Biscoe, and I do have some concern about what's going on in Manor, but I just learned my time would be very limited. So what I suggested I would do is maybe, if it's permissible, that I can meet with one individual, if it's okay, and maybe sit down and talk with someone on my concerns, because I think the minutes that I have was not, I need a lot of minutes, but what I want to discuss. I have some deeply concerns about what's happening in the community of Manor, Texas. So, what should I do? I don't want to discuss now because the minutes is limited. So, should I set an appointment to come and talk with the city manager or the city mayor, someone on the council? I'm asking a question.
But usually during this time period, we don't
Pardon
respond
me?
back. During this public comments, we just actually listen to you for that time period. But I can make sure someone reaches out to you.
Please do. Yes, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Because I do have some deep concerns. I'm just so frustrated right now. I really am, and something needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Mr. Robert Bataille. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name's Robert Bataille. I appreciate that the agenda item about changing park land and parkland got withdrawn. That was a good move. This is not ultra complicated, but it's very important that we force these developers to give us parkland, one word, and or park fees, in lieu fees, when they can't do that. Now, if people want to see the truth about what's happening in Manor, I would urge them to go to my Facebook page, Manor Community Coalition. And you have to scroll down. There's a dozen very good long essays there that get into some deep subjects. I have a question about the splash pad. I appreciate that that's been postponed, and hopefully that's going to become $600,000 spent on maybe 200 items instead of $600,000 spent on one little splash pad for young kids. We need teenagers playing with balls, not guns. We need seniors to have things to do. Right now, there is nothing to do in our parks. Nothing. We had a great bocce court, but you guys decided to take that out of there, calling it a public health and safety hazard. 2x4s laying flat on the ground are a public health hazard. Yeah, right. Okay, I think most of us know why that was taken out. But anyway, let's talk a minute about a couple things here. You have the budget coming up in a bit, but the budget's not even there. You're having a public meeting, you invite the public to come down, and you want to talk about the budget, but it's not even on the packet. Do you really not want people to even know what's going on? Because that's really what the message is. We don't really give a damn about you people. This is our town. We're going to run it the way we want to. This parks meeting you had that approved or tried to get approved the splash pad, it happened at some unknown date between March and July. Before it came on the agenda, it had to be voted on by who? Who is on the Parks Committee? It used to be 4 people. Is it only 2 now? It used to be 4. I see a sheet there. It has like 10 people or 8 or whatever. It only has 2 that says they're on the committee. You never took a vote. Okay? The budget items we have from June 9th to 7/27, 6 weeks. And Ms. Collins doesn't even have, she does them all right now. Did you not notice they weren't there for the previous month and a half? I mean, come on. Now, let's talk about the Friends of Manor Park. That is a complete misnomer. The purpose of their organization says right here, beautification of our city parks. They haven't done a dang thing in our parks in 3 years. There has nothing that they can show that has been done for the parks. To me, that means they could lose their 501c3. They talk about community unity. 4 days a year. Boy, that's some real community unity. And we're supposed to give them $18,000 2 months after the event happened? As I understand it, these things are for tourism to put people into the park, into the hotels. They spent $18,000 and they brought 20 people into our hotels. 20! That's like, what, $900 per person? They say on here that there's 7,500 to 10,000 people. That's like a 30% difference. Well, which is it? They don't know. They have no idea. I would like to suggest that next year, we do that event somewhere else. They basically, instead of beautifying the parks, they kept one park, a parking lot by the railroad track for 2 years to do a 4-day event. In other words, they're dumbing down our parks. They're not beautifying anything. How is it good for tourism for people to come here for 2 days And then the rest of the year, there's not a dang thing to do anywhere in the town. There's no culture. There's no history. There's no parks. There's no sports. How does that help tourism? Debbie Charbonneau was the head of tourism and heritage, and she left nothing except 2 little 2-foot banners that cost $39.99 each that say our 150th anniversary, and I think they're still up here. Did anybody tell you guys that the 150th year anniversary was last year? You realize, of course, the water tower sign is obsolete now. All you have to do to make it
Thank you,
current.
sir.
Pardon me?
Thank you.
Oh, is that it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
All right. We'll now move on to our reports. Reports about items of community interest with no action to be taken. First one will be a park committee update. Mr. Matt.
Good evening, Mayor, Council.
Good evening.
The Parks Committee meeting was conducted on July 19th. We did discuss about the Timmerman Park. We're looking into doing an all-inclusive park there. We also talked about the lighting that has been requested as well, as far as what we can do, and started digging into what it'd take and what we really want to look at as far as the lights that we want to install at Timmerman Park. We did talk about hopefully implementing recycle bins at the city park. At this time, we do not have any place to put the recycling, so we're hoping that we can, when we get to negotiate our new waste contract, that we can work through maybe some of those details where we can actually get some bins, recycle bins, and be able to take them somewhere to be able to be recycled. We did talk about some future things at Jenny Lane Park. We talked about maybe if there was a source of some volunteer work or volunteer monies that would like to build another wall. We did talk about the Parks Department did clean out the washer pits at Jenny Lane Park, so they look a whole lot better. We did talk about murals as well, so we were kind of seeing what we can do and need to follow up with what kind of murals and who can help and maybe decorate some of those walls. We did also talk about the ordinance, which I think is on the agenda tonight too, as far as the parks ordinance.
Okay.
And one thing I do add is that Keep Manor Beautiful did say they would match the recycle bins. Every two that we get, they'll match with one. Any questions?
Council, do y'all have any questions for Mr. Woodard or the Parks Committee?
I would just like to make a statement that we really want the recycle bins in the parks. We just have to work it out with whoever we get our next waste management contract with, to be able to have a bin to put the recycling in. We have stuff to put the trash in right now, but we don't have a place to actually store the recycling at this time. So that's why we do not have them in the parks right now. We also met with 2 different playground equipment people, because the parks, what we want to put in the parks is all inclusive. So kids in wheelchairs, handicapped people can also have access to it, not just access to get in it, but to also be able to actually use the items that are in the park.
Other questions from council members? My comment would be one, where are we in the park committee meetings? Are we looking at the strategic plan, comprehensive plan, and those recommendations that are there for all of our parks. So in the plan, there was a specific kind of needs assessment that was done for each park space. And so are we looking at those plans, or are we kind of scrapping those and coming up with ideas about the park separate?
We're definitely looking at that as well. So this all-inclusive park has got that age range from 2 to 12, and some of the playscapes are going to be 5 to 12, which also in the comp plan, it shows, it's actually teens and younger kids that are needing the amenities.
Okay. Also, in regards to that, is the plan to take on one park at a time, or to come up with a more comprehensive multi-year plan of which parks are priority and how you're going to address each one of them from there?
Yes, sir. We have gotten with a grant writer, and unfortunately, he was not able to make it today. He had some health issues that he had to take care of. But we are going to look at it as a whole and see what needs to be done, and we're also going to have to really strategically look at what spots that we need to concentrate on.
Okay. What I'm thinking is like something similar, like how you all do the CIP stuff, but with parks. So it can be, especially so when people are asking when our neighborhood parks going to get addressed, they can have that kind of comprehensive plan to see, okay, well, here are our big targets, and this is what we're trying to do there, and so forth. I think that might also garner more support.
Yes, sir.
From council, but also from the community. They can see what the comprehensive plan is, and versus just kind of seeing things come and go.
Yes, sir.
I think last thing, Councilwoman Wallace mentioned 2 playground vendors. Whether it's just like 2 groups that we've used before and knew about, or was there
One of them is that one that we have used before, and the other one is actually a new one.
The
They're both on buy board.
the one that we met with at the park, that's the one I think the school district uses.
Okay.
And then the other one, we've used them before, right? Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so just ensuring, I guess, if we're talking to folks, maybe ensuring that there's a way for other companies to be able to provide the same insight, so it won't be a proximity thing.
Yes, sir.
Or, and say that they didn't get an opportunity to participate.
Yes, sir.
And other than that, I would say ensure that there's a mechanism maybe to get some more feedback from council members, so that you kind of have their thoughts and stuff as you're going through those situations, so that you don't have as much questions or anything when you actually bring the proposals. You actually have the input ahead of time, so you can infuse it in your decisions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all of mine. Anyone else? Good. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Budget committee update. Ms. Collins.
Good evening, Mayor Council. As you see before you on the backup, we've had several budget committee meetings, and up until Friday at 4:53 were we able to finally get the truth and taxation numbers, but they were not complete. There was an error. So we waited, and I just received them on Monday, and I believe the summary sheet does reflect what our newest valuation is.
Okay.
And we've met, we only met one time in person. The rest were done virtually. And I feel that we've done a pretty good job about going to be able to present a balanced budget to council. The budget committee did recommend a workshop that we do with council prior to any of the public hearings, just so that we can make sure that we have all of council's suggestions as far as programs and how they tie back to the comprehensive plan and what your strategic, what your mission statement was that, that we adopted last year, just to make sure that we've got it all. We understand that summer was a busy time for everybody, and maybe not everybody had a chance to to submit any suggestions to Maria or to Deja. So we feel strongly about having a workshop. And it doesn't have to be a day. It can be over a course of several days to whatever council's availability is. We understand schools will be back in session. Yes, on the 14th. My kitchen could need a break. So I'm, I feel very confident with the budget and with what the proposed tax rate is going to be.
Okay.
And so the only thing we're requesting today, though, which is later on in there, is just to set the hearing dates.
Budget committee folks, anything to add, or council members, any questions?
I just like to highly encourage everyone to look into having maybe that work session. I think in anything, having some feedback would be appreciated before we actually move forward. So just consider it.
I can't hear you.
Idea.
We used to have them several years ago, and then we kind of moved into the budget committee thing. And going back to a workshop may be a better option than just having just a committee of two.
Anyone else?
I just want to say that we've been working tirelessly, meeting weekly, meeting weekly with Lydia and also the city manager, just to make sure that we didn't leave anything out. So we definitely felt like we had the city in mind, everyone, our residents in mind, also with the numbers that we picked, because of course, that goes into our taxation. We want to know what's going to go up and down and what we're doing with that. But I really think that we really did a really good job with that. And so if there's any other final things, having that, and I'm pushing this, having this meeting before school starts, just so we can finalize and give it right back to the community for those public hearings would be really great.
All right. Anyone else? All right, thank you so much.
Yes.
Consent agenda. All of the following items on the consent agenda are considered to be self-explanatory by council and will be enacted with one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless requested by mayor or council member, in which item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Number one, consideration, discussion, possible action to approve city council minutes of July 19th, 2023 regular meeting. Number two, consideration, discussion, possible action on the City of Manor license and maintenance agreement. Number three, consideration, discussion on the possible action of license and maintenance agreement for 109 West Lane development. Do we have a motion in place?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as read.
We have a motion on the floor.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Nemesco to approve the agenda. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Weir. All in, any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? No questions to the motion. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. Moving right on to the regular agenda, consideration, discussion, and possible action on a construction contract for the fiscal year 2022 Capital Metro paving project.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Pauline Gray, GBA, City Engineer. Before you have our recommendation to award the fiscal year 2022 paving project to Smith Paving. They came in under what we had budgeted, so we reviewed their references. They have done previous projects within the city. So we recommend that you award the contract to them. And I don't know if there were some exhibits that UVA handed out, and it shows the streets. It's like which ones are going to be worked on. The red ones are the reconstruction, and then blue is mill and overlay. And we're also planning to use some of the funds to fix the cemetery road as well. So it's about 1.2 miles being reconstructed and about a mile with the mill and overlay. And then the cemetery road is approximately 0.2 of a mile.
Okay. And I think council members, y'all remember us talking about this project and it coming before us. Was it in June? May or June?
In May, we came for the fiscal year 2023 that had separate projects listed for the next go round.
Mhm.
This one we submitted to Cap Metro late last year. We do it on a yearly basis. The fiscal years are basically a year behind with
Yeah.
Cap Metro. So, yeah. So this one's for the fiscal year 2022. And so basically it uses some city funds and then allocations from Cap Metro.
Any questions?
So Pauline, when do you anticipate that, based on the ones you gave us on the map, this work to be completed?
Well, as soon as the contractor gets started, he's actually here. I don't know if you have a construction schedule yet. You can come up here.
Well, not exactly, because we didn't know when it's gonna be, we have 135 days to, that includes the
You gotta come
cemetery.
up. Just introduce yourself and then you can pick up where you're going.
Yes, I'm Glenn Smith with Smith Paving. The contract calls for 135 working days with the cemetery included as an alternate. So hopefully we can get through better than that. We're kind of getting into, we're doing this project a little later than we did the one, I think, in 2019. But, and as Pauline said, there's these projects always 1 year previous, but, so a little over 4 months, but we'll be doing it in sections so the whole town won't be a disarray. But we look forward to working with y'all, and we've done some in the past, so we enjoy working with y'all.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Other questions, council members? I'll take questions or a motion.
I have a question.
Okay.
Are any of these streets accessible to large trucks?
I don't believe so, because most of them are in Old Town Manor, and I believe you're not supposed to have trucks in certain sections. I know, I'm not sure about all of them, but most of them, they're so narrow, there's not enough room for trucks to get through. So I know, like Burnett, they're not supposed to have trucks on there.
Other questions?
Mayor, Council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve and award the construction contract for the fiscal year 2022 Capital Metro paving project to Smith Paving, Inc. in the amount of $1,033,072.10.
Well, a motion on the floor by Councilmember Moreno. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Councilwoman Messmer. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? No questions to the motion. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, ma'am. All right. Move right along. We're pulling item number 5, going to item number 6, consideration, discussion, and possible action on setting public hearings for fiscal year 2023-2024 proposed annual budget of the city of Manor. Ms. Collins.
Mayor, Council, before you have 2 dates that we're recommending for the to have the public hearing for the proposed budget, September 6th and September 20th.
And when it's the 30th, right? Has to be adopted by the 30th.
Well, I'd prefer the 20th so we
No,
don't
no,
have to
just-
have a
just-
special
yeah.
meeting.
Yeah,
But yes,
that's the
sir.
deadline here. Okay.
Yes. If we chose to, if council chose to have a special city council session, then yes, it can be all the way to the 30th.
Well, no, I'm just trying to give the context for, because initially, earlier we talked about workshops. And so we need to have that context of when those workshops need to take place so council members can make those schedules.
Yes,
So
and
we
there's
can-
I'm not sure which item it is, but in there's certain dates because I know that Councilmember Deja and Councilmember Maria are unable to make certain dates. So the dates that are listed on there are dates that worked for them, but obviously wanted to give y'all the opportunity to go ahead and pick whatever dates worked best for everyone, because we would like 100% participation on it.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Any questions about the dates?
I did. Do we have to have a certain time frame in between one public hearing to the next?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's why they're set 14 days apart.
Other questions? Either questions or a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we set the public hearing for the fiscal year 2023-24 proposed annual budget of the city of Manor, Texas for September 6th, 2023 and September 20th, 2023 at 7 p.m.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Messer. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Weir. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? Go ahead.
I was just wondering if, because I guess that's the last time frame, if it was possible to shift those 14-day distance higher so that we could potentially have more time, like just in case there aren't public hearings and there's thoughts that change things, so we'll have time to.
When you during the public hearing, if there is a recommendation, so on the 20th is scheduled to be the second public hearing, and that's the final one that we need to have. But when you go to approve the ordinance, the changes of what could be requested or may be requested can happen at that same time.
Yes. And
So it happens all in one swoop, if that's.
Okay, no, that's what I was thinking. So that's what I was if it was possible to where by the 20th we just have the final swoop, but the second public hearing was before it, so we don't have to hear it the same day.
No. I mean, I take it back. You can, but it would be a special city council meeting because obviously the 6th and the 20th are already scheduled city council meetings.
So, Councilwoman Hill, I think what they're asking us to do is to have workshops before, so that we can get all of our questions and stuff in, all of our learnings, and then yearnings out at that point in time, and then so that when it's there, it's more about the public or any final questions, so that it will be in a good place by the 20th. So I think that's kind of what they're trying to do to ensure what you're asking is through the workshops.
So what I was trying to do with the workshop was have one pretty soon here and then get the feedback from that one. And if we need to have another workshop, we'll do so at that time, figure that the logistics for that. But if not, then we can do so on the first hearing.
Yes. And I guess I was hoping that council would have their questions in and out through their workshop, but I guess I was hoping to give the public more time in between to have that first hearing. If there are comments, they could say what they want to say. If there was a second hearing from the first one, then they could say what they want to say, and then we'll have more time to make the adjustments if necessary without having to just go down the agenda and then still approve it without making adjustments, and then have another follow up.
Well, if there's
You
anything
know what I mean?
that's said at the second hearing that creates cause for pause, then one, when we go for, when I ask for a motion, it can go silent, and then there won't be a motion, or there can be a motion for consideration of a special call to allow for time to have discussion, should we get to that place on the 20th. So there's a mechanism. I think that's what Ms. Collins was mentioning, is we don't, the hope is to be done by the 20th, so that she has time to do what she needs to do by the deadline of when we have to have our budget approved by law. However, should we get to the 20th and there's a cause for us to pause and to rethink or have conversations, then at that point in time, council members could choose, when the agenda item comes up, to make a change, or to say, you know what, let's do this instead. That would be when we have our debate here. Good.
Okay.
All right.
And the budget will be available for the public to view, prior to the public hearings. So there'll be time for them to review it. We'll have hard copies available, and we should also have it on the website for them to browse through.
Thank you.
Okay. We had a motion and we were in discussion. The questions to the motion. Are there any other questions? Being none,
I'm sorry. I need to know who's first, who did the motion, first and
the
second.
motion was by
Maria.
Councilwoman Amasqua, and the second by Councilwoman Weir.
Thank you.
I know, I remember that. I had a 5-hour, a Red Bull. So brains all the way up. All right, so motion on the floor. All in favor? Opposed? Gotta get a vote. We'll do it one more time. All in favor? Opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Moving right on to number 7, consideration, discussion, possible action on setting a public hearing for the fiscal year 2023-2024 proposed property tax rate of the city of Maine.
Yes, Mayor, Council. Sorry. He freaked me out for a minute. I was like, wait. Before you have a request to set a public hearing for the tax rate for August 16th at 7 p.m.
All right, so my question is, because I haven't seen the proposed dates yet, were we trying to have a workshop before the 16th?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor, Council, I think the goal was to try to utilize the week of next week to have the public hearing and then look at a couple of scenarios when we look at the existing debt, future debt, anything tied to bond propositions to kind of show a roadmap of what the rate would look like. And that's why we wanted to give the budget workshop that venue for us to be able to look at all those numbers, and then come to 16, we'd know exactly where we want to hit with the tax rate. We can get that set for the 16.
Questions? I'll take a motion. If there's no questions.
Mayor, Council, I'd like to make a motion that we set the public hearing on August 16th, 2023 at 7 p.m. for the fiscal year 2023 and 2024 proposed property tax rate.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Moreno. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilwoman Mesbah. Any questions to the motion? Are there any questions to the motion? No questions? All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Moving right on to number 8.
Mayor and Council, before you have a,
One second.
oh, I'm
I
sorry.
gotta read it.
Oh, sorry. I read it in my
Consideration,
mind.
discussion, and possible action on a city council workshop for the fiscal year 2023 proposed annual budget as recommended by Budget Committee.
Mayor Council, before you have several dates in the month of August. And again, this is recommended by the Budget Committee, which consists of Councilmember Mesqua and Councilmember Hill.
So we have Tuesday opportunities. Then we have so Wednesday. Well, Monday or Tuesday, but those are afterwards. So we really only have 2 days prior to the tax hearing. Which I think I think we have to at least talk once before the tax hearing.
What time of day are we talking about having this?
You tell me. I'm here all day. Mr. Moore and I are open. We'll go have breakfast.
Right.
You want to go have breakfast?
No, we would more likely prefer an evening or afternoon. That way we can.
Accommodate work schedules.
Yes, sir. So if there's any, once we get a draft to you, if there's some questions with anything, we can kind of have it prepared and then just go down the presentation, but also take into consideration any additional items the council would like to see included to the budget. Like Ms. Collins indicated, right now we are balanced, but if we do anything, it's going to create us to have to really use the workshop to get it back into balance before we set the tax rate. Because once the rate is set, we can go down, but we can't go up. So we want to make sure we set it so we don't have to call like we did last year with the tax note. And we had enough to pause to make sure we didn't, to get it back up. So we want to make sure we don't have that situation with the council once you see all the items that we need to make a decision on.
Today is the 2nd already. How many days do you have to have to post for a possible quorum for a workshop?
I need 3 days.
72 hours.
So you're looking at,
72 hours.
yes.
We have
So
time.
August 8th or August 15th if you're wanting to have it before the 16th. That's on a Tuesday. So it's next Tuesday or the following Tuesday.
So who can't do the 8th? You can't do the 8th at night at all? Okay, who can't do the 15th? Okay, what days can y'all do before the 8th and the 15th? No, before the 16th. Any day? Not even weekend?
I have a bridal shower on Saturday. I absolutely cannot. I'm sorry.
On all the Saturdays?
No, just the 5th. But then the 12th is the employee picnic for the city.
Okay.
Y'all can do Sunday. We can do mimosas.
Just a reminder, we are live.
I'm 20. I am 50.
Can you do Fridays? And no one could do Thursday, right? Nobody could do Thursday.
I can do any day.
I can do Thursday.
Only during the day. Okay. Okay. Well, okay. Can we do two?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay. So
Like I
let's-
said, we're flexible. If we and also if we needed to separate it into different groups, that was more than fine as well.
Okay.
Whatever works best.
I think we do two. We set up one, and maybe we'll make sure we get the video recording or the audio recording available for both to council members, so all conversations can be heard for both the events.
Okay.
So, I think that'll help so everyone knows where everyone's saying or has contributed, and then we'll go from there. So I think maybe the evening of the 8th was good, and then maybe there was a weekday morning time.
The 10th.
Then so there's two options. One is evening, one is day, and
Okay.
people can attend one or the other. We just make sure we get the notes, and then make sure that I guess after the 10th it goes out so everyone knows what was said at the 10th and said at the 8th, and from there we'll be able to consolidate and see if there's any additional questions or comments or need for another conversation before.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. LT, are you here? I forgot to ask you.
So we need a time for the 8th. 6?
In person or virtual?
What's better for you all? I mean,
I like to see your faces.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming there's gonna be handouts and stuff, and that might be easier.
If we have a quorum, it has to be in person.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. In person it is.
Okay. 6? 6? Okay. All right, so and then the morning one? (10:30), 11?
You want to do 11? Okay, 10:30. That works.
Okay. All right. So we need a motion for those dates and times.
I would like to make a motion that
What-
city.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Mia. How many are going, will need to attend the morning one? Because we may not need will we still have to have a quorum for that one?
Not
If
if,
it's under 4?
correct.
So how many are going to be there at the morning?
Just one.
Just one? 2? So do we need to vote for that one too? Or do you want to just put it on record? Oh, we're gonna do a quorum.
You can go ahead and motion for both just in case, just
Okay.
to be safe.
All right. Councilwoman Hill.
All right, I would like to make a motion that city council set the city council workshop on the FY 23-24 proposed annual budget of the city of Maynard, Texas for August 8th at 6 p.m. and August 10th at 10:30 a.m.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Hill. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilwoman Esquire. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? Being no questions, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving right along to number 9, consideration, discussion, and possible action on an ordinance adopting the 2023 annual update to service and assessment plan and assessment roles for the Lagos Public Improvement District, including the collection of the 2023 annual installments. Yes, sir.
Good evening. I'm Rob Hayslip with P3 Works. We're the city's PID administrator. So this item, as it says, is to consider and approve the 2003 Service and Assessment Plan for the Lagos Public Improvement District. This is a pretty standard event. Every year by statute, it has to be approved by ordinance, and also the assessment roll for the district has to be approved. For this year, since we did the 2002 amended and restated, really nothing major has happened within the Lagos Public Improvement District. It's pretty much been business as usual.
Okay. We have any questions, council members? Any questions? Being no questions, I'll entertain a motion or questions.
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt ordinance number 711 approving the Lagos Public Improvement District 2023 Annual Service Plan update, including the collection of the 2023 annual installments.
Well, motion on the floor by Councilwoman Wallace. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Moreno. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? Being no questions, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, sir. We got, I guess, a couple more, huh? Here we go. One. Consideration, discussion, and possible action on the ordinance adopting the 2023 annual update to amend and restate it, to the amended and restated service and assessment plan and assessment roll for Rose Hill Public Improvement District, including collection of 2023 annual installments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So again, as with Lagos, this is just the 2023 update to the PIDS Service and Assessment Plan. Rose Hill is a little bit unique. It's one of the older PIDs in the state, and so it's not set up in the same way as Lagos. Every lot type has what's called a trigger date based on its certificate of occupancy. And so we're pleased to announce that as of this 2023 update, every single house within Rose Hill has a certificate of occupancy. That's 1,204, I believe. Mm-hmm. But other than that, as with Lagos, it's pretty much been business as usual. And this also is required by statute to be approved yearly and required to be passed by ordinance.
All right, questions, comments, council members? I entertain questions or comments or a motion.
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt ordinance number 712, approving the Rose Hill Public Improvement District 2023 amended and restated service and assessment plan, including the collection of the 2023 annual installments.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilman Moreno. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilwoman Wallace. Any questions to the motion? Any questions or debate to the motion? No questions or debate to the motion. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Number 11, consideration, discussion, possible action on ordinance amending the Code of Ordinance, Chapter 3 by adopting Article 3.09, establishing regulations for industrializing housing, establishing a variance procedure, and amending definitions. Mr. Johnson.
Evening, Mayor and Council. So this ordinance, it takes the provisions related to industrialized housing that are currently in our zoning code in the architectural section and moves them under the building code, which is appropriate. I mean, those requirements aren't, always purely architectural. They do get into building code. So having them under the building code is fine. And it also brings it under your purview. So you're able to hear variances to it rather than the Board of Adjustment. So the standards don't change. They just move from the zoning code to the building code.
Thank you. Questions? I just have a comment this, thank you for bringing this, because this solves one of our challenges we had.
Yes, yeah, Mr. Moore's been working on it as well. So yes.
So I appreciate this. Council members, when sometimes there's code that prevents us from being able to intervene. And so these residents sitting out there for a long period of time without a remedy. And so this change allows us to step in and give some insight or variances or approvals. So residents not sitting outside of their home for a while. So thank you all for working on this. Take questions or a motion.
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve ordinance number 713, amending Manor Code of Ordinances, Chapter 3, by adopting Article 3.09 to establish regulations for industrialized housing, establishing a variance procedure, and amending definitions.
Motion on the floor by Councilman Moreno. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilwoman Wallace. Any questions to the motion? Any question to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Moving right along, item number 12. Okay. Consideration, discussion, possible action on the variance request for Manor Code of Ordinance, Chapter 3, Article 3.09, Section 3.09.002D. Let's see. We have a guest. Come on up, Miss Heather. Say your name, address, and go from there.
Hi, I'm Heather Gabert, and I'm the one requesting a variance. My house burned down in 2021, that Memorial Day storm we had. Sorry. Okay, a tree blew over, took the wires with it, and that's it. So it's been a very long process of trying to get back on my property and into my home. And this is just like the last hiccup. There's been so many. So I am thankful that you guys are looking at the variance thing. And what I am requesting for my property on 14230 FM 1100 is a variance for the garage, driveway, and square footage. I had other structures set up on my property. I've been there since 2006. So, I had a carport, I have a shed, a driveway. I really just wanted to replace my home. And I went the modular route because if you remember at that time, it was taking forever to get things built. So then, unfortunately, I was not able to get a permit at the time. And the company I'm working with, Texas Built Homes, moved the modular on the property. So there it was, pretty much illegally, What I would love to happen is that you grant me this variance and I can take that modular that's on that property and get working on it. All the area out there is agricultural. There are fields all around me.
Okay. Thank you. Don't go anywhere. All right, Mr. Dunlop.
I don't have much more to add. I do know the driveway part is actually an administrative one, so that's already been handled. So it is to the building size and the garage requirement, as Ms. Gabert mentioned. But if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer.
Questions, council members? So we do have you all's recommendation here, city administration's recommendation. Allow y'all some time to look through the information, then either ask questions if you need to. I'll give you a couple of seconds for that.
Is the plan to eventually build another home on the property?
No, I want to take the modular that's been put on there
Yeah.
and put the decks.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you have to come back up and say it on the mic.
And put the decks and front porch on it. So, and it is currently right where the old one was, except it's a little larger than my original home.
Other questions?
Is there a picture of the modular or am I missing it?
It's towards the end.
I have a question. I guess. First, sorry for your loss. I understand that. A huge financial burden. But are you going to continue with the carport, or will the garage?
I would
Do
like
they
to
have those?
I would like to continue with the carport, and it
Okay.
is enclosed on two sides.
Okay.
And it's right, I mean, my driveway has already been set up, so it's off of the driveway, and the driveway goes back to a shed. I mean, basically the property's all set up. I'm just
Okay.
trying to put a new home.
Have that there. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Did you find the photo? Okay. I'll take a question or a motion.
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that the city council grant the variance being requested by the petitioner.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Randall. Was there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Weir. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? Or for our president, or for Mr. Dunlap or the city?
I have a question. Sorry, it's probably for Mr. Dunlop. If there's, after this variance, any other changes, does it have to abide by our current ordinances, or can she just continue to come back for a variance as needed?
I think it would depend on what the change was. I mean, the zoning is still SF1, so there's still some standards under that, but it does fall under that industrialized housing portion, so there's kind of standards there. So it really might depend on what the request was. But
Any other questions? Okay, being done, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for reaching out too.
Thank you.
And thank you all staff for bringing it to our attention. Moving right along, number 13, consideration, discussion, possible action on ordinance amending Maine Code of Ordinances, Chapter 10, subdivision regulation, Article 10.202, subdivision ordinance 263B, Exhibit A, for amendment of Article 1, General Section 1, definitions, and Article 3, design standards for improvements, Section 48, park land dedication.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
So this section would repeal and replace our entire parkland dedication section as it is. And I can kind of run through some of the larger changes if you like. It takes, I think, what is like a currently 3-page ordinance and bumps it up to 18. So there's plenty of additional, regulations and direction on how parkland is dedicated and conveyed and developed. But some of the main changes, our current code requires 1 acre per 66 dwelling units, and the new code would increase that to 1 acre per 50 dwelling units. It modifies how parkland fees are assessed from $550 per dwelling unit to $50,000 per acre that isn't dedicated. And then sort of the parkland for, we call them like site development permits, so stuff like multifamily, that instead of being $550 per unit for those, it goes to $700. Because if you recall, with multifamily and common lot townhome developments, they don't have a parkland dedication requirement because usually they're 10 to 20 acres. So they don't actually have to provide land to the city because it'd be small and inefficient. So they're just required to dedicate or just do the fee in lieu. And so that fee in lieu for them goes from $550 per dwelling unit to $700. But if at y'all's discretion land was requested to be dedicated, that fee would be reduced proportionally. This ordinance adds a park development fee, which we currently don't have. And so right now, that $550 that we assess per dwelling unit is used for both parkland and park development. And it's inefficient or insufficient for both. So this adds a park development fee of $600 per dwelling unit. And so that park development fee goes to fund the playgrounds and gazebos and benches and whatever amenities you all saw fit to install in the parks, you can draw from that fund. And again, with things like multifamily, they have a sort of a sliding scale for that fund because multifamily is required a certain number of amenities, private amenities within their developments based on how many units they have. And so there's a table in there that, if they're already providing 6 or more amenities as required, their parkland or park fund development fee would be $0. But if they're not providing any amenities, then it's $600 per unit. It updates some definitions and kind of clarifies, what parkland is and the different types of parks. It provides clearer guidelines on the types of land that can be dedicated and how parks are constructed. So detention facilities would no longer count as parkland unless at you all's discretion they are, but they would be included with recreational facilities, amenities, site furnishings, which are benches, trash cans, and landscaping. So they're not just a detention pond. They actually have to have those improvements on there. And also at your discretion, floodplain would count. Our current code doesn't count floodplain, but floodplain can be valuable open space and recreational space. But in this code, it counts on a 3-to-1 basis. So 3 acres of floodplain would count as 1 acre of non-floodplain parkland. So if they needed 5 acres of parkland, they could do 15 acres of floodplain. But again, it's at you all's discretion. And some kind of park design stuff. So like the minimum 25% of the park has to abut a public street. No more than 2 sides of the park can be behind a house. So it just increases the visibility of those parks. And then kind of clarifies a little better than our current code how water and wastewater connections are provided. So if we wanted to provide irrigation or bathrooms, those stub outs would already be provided. It creates sort of a park development criteria for pocket parks, neighborhood parks, community parks, greenbelt parks, and then just general standards applicable to all parks. And then it really loops in the Parks Committee and the Planning Commission through a lot of it to provide recommendations. So like when we get a concept plan now, obviously that goes to Planning Commission and then comes to you all. It would actually go to the Parks Committee as well to review the parkland. And then they would provide a recommendation, which would be brought forward to the Planning Commission for their recommendation on sort of the whole project and then to you all. And then if a developer is planning to do park improvements, the site plan they were to submit would also go through like the Parks Committee. So there's just more touch points with the committees and the council on the parkland that's being dedicated and developed. And those are the main updates with this parkland code.
All right, so just for clarification, the second to last point, those definitions connected to comprehensive plan?
So the comprehensive plan, because I was looking through that, the parks portion, so there's under the action items, there's PR2, which is just to review and modify the parkland dedication, and then PR28, which spoke to, I can't recall, but it was very broad. There wasn't specifics in the comprehensive plan related to this. The comprehensive plan, the parks chapter, does get specific on improve Bell Farms Park, improve Carriage Hills Park, which isn't really a part of this ordinance because this is how land gets dedicated and developed. But it does accomplish one of the main goals of the comprehensive plan, which was to review and modify our parkland dedication ordinance.
Okay, I'm pulling it up now, but I
Mhm.
thought there was a section in there where it did talk about types of parks. Maybe in the front section of the.
Yes, it does classify the different types of parks because it kind of has, the neighborhood parks, community parks, regional parks, in terms of the area that they cover. So like a neighborhood park, has a quarter-mile sort of walk shed to it, and a community park might be 1 mile, and a regional park's 5 miles.
So when you're talking about those sizes, are you going to have? Are those definitions going to be kind of like that, or more descriptive, so that the developer can know, hey, pocket size means this, and this is the
Yes.
size.
Because I don't understand it. That was my question. I had the same question as me. I don't understand that part.
Sure. So there are definitions for each one of those park types. Regional park isn't, but generally a regional park is run by the city and not so much something a developer does. But it gets in there in the criteria for parkland, the sizes. Find it real quick. Yeah, so there's like item Q. Our subdivision code is set up really weird, so you end up with a lot of numbers or letters. Sorry, so you end up with Q, and it's like special design consideration for pocket parks. It's page 17 of the ordinance, but I think it's page 456 of your packet. It's kind of where that section begins. And so yeah, pocket parks are half acre, 1 acre. So they're pretty small, and then neighborhood parks are a minimum of 3 acres. Community parks minimum of 10 acres. The trails one doesn't necessarily have an acreage minimum on it because it's sort of linear trail requirements, but those are defined in there as the types of parks.
Yeah, I pulled it up, so it's page like 164 and so forth on in the comprehensive plan. Those park classifications, they're pretty much consistent, right?
Right. Yeah. So the only one that's not really defined in here is regional parks.
Yeah.
But those are like the big ones that are 100+ acres. So this is more of what the developers would be providing on their
pocket neighborhoods and
community parks. Like Timmerman Park is like a community park. Most of what we have are neighborhood parks. But Hamilton Point would be like a pocket park.
Councilwoman Weir, I can show, if you want to roll over here, I can show you this image real fast. That might help. So this is the comprehensive plan. So we're talking about pocket parks and these descriptions of how big it is. Like has to be like this size, this many square feet, and then it's kind of like these areas, Hamilton Point, right there, and then neighborhood parks. It's just there. Well, that's neighborhood right there. Then green parks, like timber. So he's talking about these three. So the developers will pick one of these.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Other questions? Other questions? I'm sure Park Committee, y'all like those additions.
I like the fact that we're being more specific about what we're asking for. So then they're not just trying to throw lame stuff at us just to appease us. They come in with the insight of what we want.
There was one that I was going to ask. Can you, where it says no more than 2 sides of the park may abut the rear homes, can you speak to that change or that clarification piece?
Yes. Right now, our code just says parks have to have a minimum of 100 feet of frontage on a road, which in most cases is the width of 2 lots. So So if you maybe think of like Lagos, and their park has houses around almost all sides of it, except for like the corner and where they couldn't put it at the very end there. So you drive down the street and you might catch a glimpse of it between a house, but there's not really great visibility on it. So by switching it to 25%, it increases the overall visibility, because the bigger the park, the more frontage is going to have. So it's just trying to, prevent our parks from being basically, almost like a private amenity where those houses have a nice park behind their house, but it's less used because fewer people can see it.
Thus also reducing the likelihood of people complaining that people are in their backyard.
Right. Yeah. That too, yes.
Other questions, comments? Well, I know this has been a long time coming. We've had a lot of conversations about this, so I appreciate you all's work on these items. So thank you very much. Is there a motion on the floor?
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve ordinance number 714, amending Manor Court Code of Ordinances, Chapter 10, Subdivision Regulation, Article 10.02, Subdivision Ordinance 263B, Exhibit A, for the amendment of Article 1, General, Section 1, Definitions, and Articles 3, Design Standards for Improvements, Section 48, Parkland Dedication.
Well, the motion on the floor by Councilwoman Wallace. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilman Moreno. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, sir. Moving right along, item number 14, consideration, discussion, and possible action on housing policies and regulations. Yes, sir.
So this one is more if you all have feedback and direction for us to start working and then bring back to you all. There was a request to sort of begin these discussions or continue these discussions. And one of them that kind of maybe prompted it or is a maybe easy one to achieve is related to the PID policy, which is in your backup there, which had that provision where there was, if a developer is applying for a PID, there was preference for if their home prices were $65,000 higher than adjacent neighborhoods. That one would be fairly easy to strike a new PID policy, but there may be other mechanisms that could go into the PID policy related to, actual affordable housing or housing affordability. But I was bringing that one forward. And I don't know if you had any questions. I don't think maybe Gregory might be able to have something, but yes, if there was any direction you want to provide, that we can begin working on certain policies.
So, Council, I think if you look on page, what is it, 465. And where it's talking about development standards. Item number 5 is a specific one. And really all these areas are, the consideration in regards to how these development standards and provisions can work, not only for the types of developments that are coming under this current PID policy, but also that might encourage developers to want to also invest in our legislative agenda of affordable housing, whether it be single family or multifamily. And so if we don't have anything out there that entices them, then there's no enticement to participate in that process. So you're asking for us to give you direction to make consideration for those areas in the policy?
In the policy or anywhere generally. I know, because I could also, with our zoning code, there was a couple years ago where there was discussions regarding accessory dwelling units And so some information was provided to the council then, but they didn't move forward with it. We can certainly bring back things related to accessory dwelling units or cottage courts. So those are either permitted by right or just, easier to permit, or because like cottage courts right now, that type of housing design isn't in our code. In order to do it, you have to have a PUD, which means you have to have 25 acres. So we have a development right now that's actually trying to work on that type of development, but it's a larger project being done by a somewhat larger developer. But if you have someone who has 5 acres, which can accommodate quite a few cottage courts, they would be locked out of that type of housing product. So we can certainly look at updating the zoning code to have those types of other additional housing too, if you'd like to consider those.
So I would say the changes or any changes to PID or zoning should also have maybe a perspective in regards to the impact on water and wastewater and where we at with that infrastructure, and if it's going to cause for more LUVs or not, as well as the economic impact. Will they bring in products that help our families that are priced out right now? So will that product be able to be affordable to single income families or individuals working in public sector or lower as far as income, but even less than Mainers AMI.
Right. So there's a challenge that all cities face because there's the market, and if there's not, I don't say government intervention, but other government support or other good programs to actually have the developers or people selling their houses or units subsidize them in some fashion. The market's always kind of charge the highest that they can get.
Well, and I'm
so
not saying
I'm
not saying it has to meet a certain criteria in the policy. I'm saying so we can see how it compares. I think that's the piece that's important. So if we just say we're going to have a consideration for the cottages, the cottage neighborhood, right? What type of economic impact is it having? What type of infrastructure impact is it having? And then what type of impact is it having on our goals? Not to make it as decision points, but as accompanying information for us, so that we would know that, hey, this is a product that actually helps one of our goals, so we should consider it. Versus not knowing, and then we say no to something because we just don't like how it looks, but then we're closing out a product that might help more people be homeowners.
Understood.
So it's just from that context versus, our desire to get market, to get prior 2019 market houses, is this, I think we're coming to a realization that may not ever happen again. Unless bad things happen, and so we don't want bad things. But we can figure out how to also attract, or incentivize developers, or just build relationships where they're looking into maybe HUD products to help them in what they're doing. Then that would be awesome as well. I know we can't make them do it, but just say, hey, by the way, there's some stuff out there that you can consider, because I don't think any of you folks right now are tapping into those available resources. In fact, I know they're not, because I was talking to someone recently, and the amount of people that tap into those resources for housing has dwindled because everyone's trying to get the some of these standard deals and do it without the HUD financing. They don't want to do the paperwork. So,
okay.
Questions, comments?
God, I did have a question on the disclosure to homeowners. Who enforces that those things are in the sales centers?
People from P3 left, but them.
Come on.
We have legal here as well to assist.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Veronica Rivera, Assistant City Attorney. So those disclosures are provided ahead of time whenever there is a sale on the lots. And so it's part of our PID documentation when we're first establishing the PIDs. And I'm sorry, when we're going to bond sale, and then the signs are required when construction improvements under the authorized improvement section of the PID. If those signs need to be up, that's part of what we do when the city's actually going out there and reviewing all the authorized improvements.
Thank you.
So maybe we also revisit that. Is there a separate PID? A separate PID policy regarding commercial?
No. Not at this time.
No, sir. Right now, the PID policy that you have is your backup. That is the current PID policy of the city. If there are any additional items that you would like to see changed, this is the time to, by all means, give us direction, not just on housing, but that was the item that had been discussed previously was on housing. But we certainly will come back and provide updates to the PID policy. And it's good that you review the PID policy, not just for housing, but for any other item, since it's I think it
would
has.
say add some. What's the word Jones uses? It's either teeth or bite to the disclosure process to ensure that that all parties, whether it be homeowners or businesses, whomever and that's going to be in the PID, that there's a little more intentionality in the disclosure piece. And it happens a little bit. Now we can assure that it happens maybe before we get towards the end of things.
Sure. So we understand that that's probably more on the commercial side, because on the homeowner side, that is already required by state statute. So those have to be there. And actually your PID administrator will get phone calls because there's a letter that is also sent out that needs to be provided to the homeowners. So that information is there. The homeowners are definitely.
See the homeowners part.
Yes.
I'm talking.
So understood. I just wanted to let you know that the homeowner section is already pretty much there, but we'll look into providing you some feedback on commercial.
Other questions, council members? There are no other questions. I'll take a motion. Oh, actually, we just give them direction, so there's not a motion that's necessary. So one last call for questions. All right, we're going to move to item number 15. Thank you, sir. Consideration, discussion, possible action on water service area transfer agreement.
I can discuss this one if you like.
Okay.
I didn't go anywhere, that's why.
Either one.
So this one, we've done them before. So this property is for the apartments that are under construction right now across from Whole Foods next to the St. Joseph Church there. Half of their property is in Manville's water service area and half in the city. And so they're desiring to be fully within the city's water service area. And so they've gone before Manville and gotten the approval to have the Manville portion removed. And so this is just the transfer agreement for the city to take over the other portion, and then we'll go to the PUC to file it with them.
Okay. Is there questions on motion?
They decided to do this after they went through the storm, huh?
They, from the start of their project, which I can't recall, it's been a while, they wanted or needed sort of a single CCN because of how their project was laid out. So I don't know if there was a certain impetus or not, but they were they had two, and so they chose to go with Mainer's water service. Probably it's a little cheaper.
Is there a downside to switching from Manfield? Is there a benefit for
There's definitely
us?
benefits because we'll be both the water and wastewater account holder, and it's a lot easier. I don't think we'd ever really have issues on multifamily, but for some crazy instance, if they didn't pay their water bill, it gives us more leverage to get them to pay. If we're just a wastewater account, you can't really stop someone from flushing a toilet. So it's a lot harder if a property owner utility account has Manville for water but city for wastewater, because we can't touch their meters or shut off water. And it's another utility account, and the church actually built a 12-inch water line that's now a city utility to maintain, and so having another ratepayer onto that helps incrementally maintain that line.
That was my next question, if that was going to be, if there was capacity for that.
Mm-hmm.
But since they built that 12-inch, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Other questions on motion?
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the water service area transfer agreement.
Motion on the floor by Councilwoman Wallace. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilwoman Mesmer. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? No questions to the motion. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Moving to number 16. Consideration, discussion, possible action on the third amendment to Entrada Glen Development Agreement.
And there it doesn't need to be action on this one. The applicant resolved the issue without needing the agreement. So
no action.
Yeah.
Moving right along to number 17. Consideration, discussion, and possible adoption of a exactly. Yeah. There we go. Consider executive session. City Council will not convene into executive session pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 551 Texas Government Code in accordance with authority contained in Section 551.071 and 551.087 Texas Government Code, Section 1.05 Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct, consult with legal counsel regarding Entrada Glen PID, Section 551.071 Texas Government Code, Section 1.05 Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct, consult with legal counsel regarding decorum and the city council rules of procedure, Section 551.071 Texas Government Code, and Section 1.05 Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct, consult with legal counsel regarding the settlement agreement in Main RV Park LLC, Section 551.071 and Section 551.087 Texas Government Code, and Section 1.05 Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct, consult with legal counsel regarding 18-acre tract of land in Main city limits, Section 551.071, Section 551.087 Texas Government Code to deliberate on acquisition of real property, Section 551.071 Texas Government Code to consult with legal counsel regarding the proposed bond propositions and proposed bond election, Section 551.074 personnel matters to review and discuss a study regarding employee compensation, and Section 551.074 personnel matters to interview candidates for appointment to planning and zoning, place 2 to fill an unexpired term. We'll start with personnel matters to review and discuss a study regarding employee compensation, and then we'll go with personnel matters to interview candidates for appointment to planning and zoning commission, place 2 to fill an expired term. And we'll provide further insight after that. All right. City Council will now reconvene into open session pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 551 Texas Government Code and take action, if any, on items discussed during closed executive session. Let's see. In regards to vacancy and plan and zoning, do we have a motion on the floor?
Mayor, Council, I'd like to make a motion that we honor our commitment by reappointing Prince Chavis to the Planning and Zoning Commission and recommend to bring back ordinance amendments for the P and Z alternates.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Moreno. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Wallace. Any questions to the motion?
Do we need to address that it is for an expired term?
Councilwoman
Sonia.
Wallace,
So you want me to amend my motion?
to fill in the
Okay.
We have any other questions to the motion? No questions to the motion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Number 17, consideration, discussion, possible action on the resolution adopting a uniform compensation system for all city and main employees. We have a motion on the floor.
Mayor, Council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve resolution number 2023-29, adopting a uniform compensation system for all City of Manor employees, repealing conflicting policies, and providing a savings clause.
Motion on the floor by Councilmember Moreno. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilwoman Wallace. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? One comment. Ms. Tracy, thank you for all of the hard work and the rest of the work you're going to be doing regarding the other things that we've discussed. We appreciate your diligence. No other comments, questions? All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And number 18, consideration, discussion, possible action on the proposed bond propositions. In this one, we're asking to give set an estimated dollar amount for the proposed bond propositions. We had some conversation back there, and what you want to make some comments?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Mayor, Council, with the item that we discussed in a closed session and now back in at this point, I just want to make sure if we take advantage of our budget workshop on the 8th, that would give us a chance to look at all the other analysis that we need to, and then be able to kind of give, not really direction there, but just give us some indication moving toward the 16th of the numbers you want to really look at. And that gives us a chance to either reduce the propositions from 3 to 2, and then that way we can focus more on the amount that you would like to see placed during the special call election for those 2 propositions if we go to.
All right. So you want us to do the workshop first and go from there?
Yes, sir.
Any questions or concerns, council members?
So do we need to postpone this item?
We'll just take no action.
Take no action. It'll come back on the August 16th. With the dollar amounts.
Okay. So we're good there?
Yes, sir.
All right. That all being said, 12:38. Good morning, and this meeting is adjourned.